I think I'm pretty close to 11.
Yeah.
What about when we get done with everything? That might be fun to put it on peaceful and just go exploring to see what all is out there.
Yeah.
I missed.
Alrighty. Hey, dude. Hey, Mr. Beetle.
Funny running into those lower level guys now. Just whack.
Let's give my bow a try. Owned. And become death.
Destroyer of squirrels.
Yeah. Destroyer of bees and little beetle.
What damage?
Oh, we ought to try killing the frog for at least one time.
Oh yeah, the frog.
See what all that gives us.
Be funny if it was like instant death.
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, I doubt it too. It'd just be funny.
Well, I mean, technically they could just blah and just
Yo,
eat you in one gulp. A lot of bees around. Alright, how does one get into your home here?
on the, I think it's the south side, there should be a gnome you can talk to.
Platform.
Yeah.
Hey, no.
Did you set yours for public? Awesome.
I'm not sure actually.
I don't know if you can go up there without it or be in public or not.
I think he can go up there, I just don't know if he has access to anything. I'll,
Want to call the hot air lift? Is that what?
Yep. It's kind of like an elevator.
I'm just gonna see if I can ignore this guy.
Tree butler. This isn't dangerous with a storm on its way.
I don't think it'll be a big storm.
I'm hearing thunder.
Yeah, but it's already raining. Usually if it's a big storm, it warns you ahead of time.
Ooh, look at this.
It's pretty small, but a lot of room that you can build on up there. They're pretty neat.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of say don't build on the branches, because it might not go with you.
Ah. It's gonna be close enough, I hope. Oof. Nope, all the way down.
And from here, you could glide like forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've been kind of shooting us in the foot without using the trees.
And it's just the fact that you have to go through so many hoops just to get back to your base. Really, I mean, it's like you can't just run to your base. You have to like do this whole thing to get up here, and so quick little trips, aren't really good because so much time is spent traversing the tree. This is why I didn't go for the tree right away. But I didn't know that it could actually take your base with you if you joined another world. That's a new.
That's the nice part of it. Everything goes with you. You don't have to build other bases.
I can't open any of the chests up here because
Yeah.
Os
Trying to
doesn't.
work my way there. I'm almost.
Os doesn't trust strangers.
It's true. Oh man. Leave me alone, beetle. Okay, now you should be able to open chests.
Ooh. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, it's small, but It's small.
Hopefully that's not what she said. Now it's nighttime.
I don't even have a bed here.
You don't even have, oh yeah, you don't even have a bed here. Who needs sleep?
Exactly.
Well, we could go to my tree next if you want. Mine's just based straight up.
Straight north, yeah.
Next to Mermit.
Yeah. Way easier. We could see.
Or we can find a close one. I can just bring it closer.
Night is going to be like 15 minutes. So the big question is, did you guys collect materials? Do we have the materials for more iron weapons?
I've got
Yep,
some.
we should.
I have a stack of iron ingots on me, but
Nice.
some of the
Well, if we don't have enough, my base is right next to where all the iron is anyway.
yeah,
We can collect all we want.
because the other thing I'm gonna need, I really want to build that morning star.
Yeah.
And that's gonna take 5 lizard claws.
Oof.
Which I don't have any of because we used them all for bows.
Do you want to? I can give you mine.
Well, depends on what you want to build. Like, what weapons do you want to fight with?
I built the iron axe, the iron hammer. I've got the chitin, or however you say it, bow.
Part of me just died.
How do you say it?
Chitin.
All right, chitin bow. They have a chitin spear. I wonder why they didn't do the iron spear.
The morning star does pierce damage.
Oh, okay.
Plus the arrows, iron arrows do pierce damage. But most of those high level things actually are immune to pierce, which is why I haven't prioritized. But rather than do the iron, you actually built the morning star.
Yep.
Holy snap!
I was lucky. I killed. It was 2, maybe 3 lizards, and I got a couple drops off of some of them.
If you want to go pure blunt, the iron hammer is better for blunt, just pure blunt. Whereas the morning star gives you a little bit of pierce as well. But that beetle, I'm pretty sure, is immune to pierce. So, I do have an iron sword.
Yeah, I think the axe does more than the sword does, doesn't it?
The axe.
Yeah, the iron axe. It does 24 to 36 damage. Edge damage. It's not any good for chopping trees.
Really?
Yeah, you still have to have an axe for trees.
So the iron axe, a crescent edge with integral metal work, all held off by a fine handle. Yeah, that iron hammer though, 39 to 45 blunt damage. Ooh,
Yeah.
crazy. So the scythe is a higher crit percent chance. Iron pick. Looks like the lubber mace is pretty decent. Blunt too, but iron pick, let's see, fiber, resin, refined wood, and charcoal. Pretty sure he's got. Let's grab 5 of these. Take a guess, that's 5 of those. 5 fine wood and charcoal. One charcoal. Oh, you may not have enough for refined wood here.
I've got some refined wood. I'll put it in that chest. My ladybug just outside has some of the materials.
If not, when we get to my house, I've got quite a bit.
Oh, you don't have a forge?
Nope.
Okay. Let's check. I need 5 refined. So let me put all but 5 away. Codex. I want the iron pick just for reasons. Harvest damage 80. That's pretty damn good. And it's like the cheapest of all of the iron things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like so cheap compared to everything else. Like scythe, 12 iron ingots. That's crazy. Okay. I've got all of the ingredients. I'm assuming you have a forge at your place, Wildman?
Yep, I got everything.
Okay. So now that the sun's come out, we go see if I can find a spot. To glide as far north as I possibly. All right.
Hooked up some flint arrows. A little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, that's what I have. I didn't make the iron arrows. I thought maybe it was a waste of iron. I'm not sure. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
Well, here's yet another tree. Build a base and a tree in between your trees.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Good.
there's a lot of trees. Well, out of context, that sounds like the stupidest statement ever.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees. Like, nobody hasn't been outside in a while. If that's the surprise, like, there's a lot of trees out in the world.
Outside? What is this you speak of?
It's dangerous out there.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh,
you guys
I
have
ended up
never,
on the wrong side of the river. Too.
you guys have never seen the movie Surrogates. That's very much akin to what there's a, thing in that movie that I think, the movie, like, very few people are even aware of that movie, and I love that movie. That was so great.
Yeah, that was good.
And such an interesting take on the whole, like, virtual, instead of being like a virtual world that like a Ready Player One world. Everybody's in the virtual world. It was a take on that, only it wasn't a virtual world. It was you're inhabiting an android robot body, only you're at home. You get in a machine, sort of like Avatar, right? Avatar, but with robots, and everybody has their own, and just a fascinating look at that, and it spreads. It was initially invented for like handicapped people, to be able to get around, which perfectly innocent reason, and then obviously it's spread to everybody. All right, are you guys gonna be right beside me, or?
I'm working my way there, but I'm trouble
Yeah.
finding the spot to get up. I haven't been to this one before.
It's I think it was.
It's basically identical system.
Okay.
It's a vine that you crawl up, and
Oh, I found a tunnel down here. Interesting.
but anyway, yeah. So people don't ever venture out of their homes, and when the system starts breaking down, they get immense anxiety. And Bruce Willis does a phenomenal job of this, where he has to venture out into the real world, and there are dangers in the real world, right? So if you think about it, like, if you never have to leave your home, if all of your work and stuff is outside, if every time you go outside it's a different body that you don't have to worry about, that body can be completely destroyed and you are safe. So what happens when you actually have to walk outside for the first time, you get immense amount of anxiety. So really fascinating, really fascinating look. Yeah.
Oh, that was the one with Bruce Willis in it, right?
Yes.
As a cop or whatever he was.
Yeah. And so depending on how much money you had, you could have like super high end surrogates where your surrogate had like all these awesome things, all these upgrades, and then yeah, it was just it was really well done. I thought it was really well done. Wow, Wild Man, look at this ranch style home here.
Well, I did it more of a inn style.
Nice.
I didn't get it totally finished.
Wow, how did you
I
have?
wanted it.
How did you get all the materials up here? Look at iron chest. Holy schnit! An iron chest? I didn't even know these things were a thing.
Yep.
That has a lot of storage. Wow.
Wow, nice.
This is awesome.
See if I can send the.
Oh wow,
thing down.
the little forge and furnace area back here. You did a great job on this.
Well, thank you.
How come y'all never say like? How come y'all say like, "Oh, I'm not a builder. I'm not a builder." It's like this proves to me that you're a builder and you're ready for builder things.
I don't know that I've ever heard Wildman say that, actually.
What?
That he's not a builder. That you're not a builder. Whatever words.
Well, I don't feel like I'm a very good builder. Let's put it that way.
Okay, he has said it now.
Well, like that church that y'all did in Vintage Story or whatever that was. That, to me, I couldn't do that.
Well, that was the same design. The cathedral that I built, that's the same design that we've built now in like 5 different games. Right? It's the same idea in so many different games. I mean, we built that thing, I don't know if you remember, we built that thing in 7 Days to Die. I built it in Boundless. I built it in Minecraft. That was where I first started building it. And I built it in Vintage Story. But the design of the back window, okay, that design was actually somebody. I basically posted on the Vintage Story forums, and I said, "Hey, I'm trying to build a cathedral. I need somebody's help designing like the stained glass windows for the back." And I kind of gave them the schematic. Like, this is how many voxels wide, here's how many tall, etc. And they actually worked on the design of that, and I just built it. I just laid it out pixel by pixel and built it. It was a fuck ton of work. I mean, Oz can testify to that.
Oh yeah.
But it was, when I was building that, I had on one monitor, I had zoomed way in on a window so I could count how many pixels. Basically, every pixel was a voxel, and so I was just counting pixels. So the design of that back window was not something that I really came up with myself. That design, I just reached out and somebody helped me with that. The general design of the cathedral itself, though, that was the same design that I did in Minecraft and all those other ones. And so yeah, I've got a couple of designs that I fall back to when I build stuff. And that's kind of like, you could look at me as like, "Oh, he's a builder." It's like, no, I can build like 2 things. just like if you look at Direwolf and he's like, "Well, he builds the 9x9 base and that's all he does." Well, okay, that's all he does. He doesn't know how to do anything else. And when he tries, it always ends up looking like shit. So he just sticks with what he knows. Well, for me, in order to like kind of learn how to do it, I just had to do it. I just had to work on it a little bit, come up with the design, and then that cathedral in Vintage Story, we could put. Now, Oz can definitely back me up. We could put another 400 hours into that building and really make it look good. Because there are some builds. I've seen some screenshots on the Vintage Story forums of builds that just would blow you away. There are some people that have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours chiseling and designing buildings in that game. And it's unbelievable what some people have accomplished in there. So yeah, we could, in that cathedral, there is plenty of space to design and sculpt more stuff. Like, tons.
Did
You're a
you
weird
check
noise.
out the top floor?
I went up. I went way up. Let's see. Yeah, all the different rooms.
Well, that room I made kind of like as my room, like the manager's room.
Uh-huh.
And then back here is all of these are like you can rent for the night.
Yeah. Do we have to give you like healing patches as payment?
But anyway, I tried to, like I said, I tried to do it like an inn. For eating area down.
Oh yeah.
down
I mean,
below
it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome.
and I did run into trouble with the physics or whatever too. With I had to put the post in here to get the roof on.
Yeah, we ran into that on the home base too, because
And it didn't work. Just partially. I had to go all the way to the ground to do it.
yep. Very simplistic structural integrity system.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you jump into Vintage Story, man, now my expectations of your builds are going to be even bigger.
Yeah.
You can't. The golden rule of any build: the more time you put into it, the better it's going to look.
Yeah.
Right, and so you can't spend 10 minutes on something and be like, oh, that looks awesome. It's like, no, that doesn't work like that. Especially with Vintage Story and the chiseling, that just takes time. But there's a ton of stuff. Like, there's one feature that I requested while we were working on the cathedral that Tyrone implemented immediately, and he even gave me an early build of the DLL while we were building it, because I requested this feature. He said, good idea, already added. So he added it right away, right? And then we were continuing work, and so I reached out and was like, is there any chance I could get that feature now, because it would really, really help? And he literally sent me a zip of the DLL file, like a new like the version of the game, so I could get that feature right away. I mean, it was if you have a bunch of blocks that have the same materials in them, right? So a lot of the blocks had colored blocks in them. Well, when we first started that, you would select a material. Let's just say black and white, right? So we had the black and white. We had quartz, and we had like black clay. So on one block, if you were using the chisel on the black, so you were like highlighting with black accents, and then you went over to the next block, it would reset your material, right? So you'd go to the next block, and you'd have to reset back to black if you were doing the same thing. And so my feature request was, if the material exists on the next block, keep the material on the chisel. Keep that material ID, so when I go to the next block, I can just continue on with that material instead of having to reset it every single block, because there's like a band around that cathedral. There's a band going around the walls that have a design on them, and it was really tedious every single block setting that material every time. And so that feature, when he added it, I was able to just zip around that whole thing really fast, because I didn't have to reset my material every time. And so yeah, he added that right away, it's just great, so great. And Quentin has now added a ton of extra chisel abilities. So the QP Tech guy, yeah, there's a bunch of new types of chisels that will that can speed up like how you work. Okay, so what creatures do we have to beat for you guys to? I know Wildman kind of jumped the gun. He basically finished the game. So because I saw that achievement get in my feed, Wildman.
Yeah.
You jumped the gun, man. I don't want any spoilers.
No.
So Os.
The only thing is that I was telling you where I saw that skull and those candles and stuff, and we tried to get up there to that over there in the buildings. That's where the beetle is, up there.
Well, the king stag beetle, I know, is marked on my map.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that place where we tried to get to explore.
Oh, you're talking about
We
way up
did
in the building area with the railing
Yeah.
and stuff? Yeah.
Yep, that's where he is, up in there. And it was really easy to get to him. I just stumbled on him, and I thought, "What's this?"
Well, I did too. Remember this a couple streams ago?
Yeah.
I was out exploring that area, and then and he was running up on me, and I ran for my life.
Yeah.
It was just like this surprising giant thing coming at me. I was not prepared for that. But anyway, I know possibly Os needs.
Yeah, I need the king stag beetle and then whatever else lies after.
The king stag beetle is the last thing. So you don't need this.
Now.
You don't need the spider matriarch or the albino.
No, I took all those out. Mostly myself. I think the matriarch we teamed it.
Hmm.
I
Tag
think
team.
I-
Well, do you still need to get it? Finish?
Just the beetle.
Okay.
So before we go, since we're in this area, should we go for should we
Try and find
restock
a
on? Well, should we stock up on iron?
We
Oh,
can.
Since it's a freaking nightmare to traverse the world.
I've got 23 iron right now. I still need to make myself a weapon, but
Yeah,
We're
well,
real
you're gonna need.
close to the iron anyway, too.
Yeah, I'd rather grab some here.
Yeah.
Um,
I've got, I think, a few stacks here. Well, it's unmade yet.
well, yeah, it's an entire stack of iron ore, which I think is 20. There's only 4 ingots.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I've got.
it doesn't last very. It doesn't go very far. And since we're already in the neighborhood, am I pointing the right way? Okay.
Would you happen to have any refined wood here?
I might. Let's see here. If not,
I
we
looked
can
through-
get some made.
Looked through most of the area and I didn't see any, but
I mean, we are standing in a
No.
giant tree. You'd think there'd be wood around, but
yeah.
No, but we can make some. How much you need?
Let's see, what weapon was I gonna go for? I think I'm gonna go with the scythe.
ooh,
Yeah.
How much you need
Mix it
for
up
that?
a little. 4.
scythe. What kind of
Edged damage.
edged? Okay. Devastating damage.
Okay, the chest up here by the workbench and
Alrighty.
bottom left.
Excellent. And let's see, I think it's.
We can make more if you need it.
Nope, should be good. Wow.
Yeah, I had a hard time falling asleep last night too, because
Oh yeah.
the cat. And my dad warned me that she does this. When we go to bed, when I crawl into bed, when she first jumps up onto the bed, which, can be either right away or it can be like 15, 20 minutes before she decides she wants to join me. But every time when she jumps up there, she wants to do this bread making thing. I don't know if anybody out there is familiar with it, but it's when they knead with their paws, right? This is the bread making. And they usually purr really loud. Like it's this sort of thing they carry over from their kittenhood. It's what they do with the mother while they're nursing on the mother to sort of activate the milk glands or something. I don't know. There's some reason for it. But kittens very often continue that behavior in adulthood. Anyway, so my dad warned me she does this. She'll make bread for a little bit and then she'll crawl in and go to sleep. Well, he didn't tell me that. I don't know. Maybe she didn't do this with him, but she does it right over my package, right? So she's standing on top of me. Every once in a while, she'll do it on my stomach or something like that. But she always defaults to the package. So she's right over my package doing this, right? And last night she was doing it and just like right on one of my nads. Just like crushed. Just crushed one of them. And I was just like, oh! And yeah, I was a little sore for a while last night, so I could not fall asleep, could not get comfortable. And she's just oblivious, completely oblivious to it. But yeah, just the perfect angle, just the perfect thing. Yeah. So
we're gonna do more iron.
Yeah, let's do some more iron. I think we have to go west.
If we head toward the bee.
The bee? The mermaid guy?
The hornet?
Or the black hornet? I think it's in the black hornet area.
Yeah, it's the black hornet is where all the iron is.
It's almost directly west.
Yeah, over towards me.
Real close.
This is like Avatar with the big tree.
Yeah.
Instead of the vines.
I missed it. Oh. Well.
Alright.
Yeah, we're already right above it. I don't think I saw this.
And there's every once in a while there's, I think, a lizard over by the I don't know, somewhere around in here.
Aha! Top of the street light. Woo!
Nice.
You'd think there'd be like an Easter egg up here or something. To celebrate.
Yeah.
To celebrate the fact that this is not an easy thing to get to. Alright, let's see. Where are you guys?
I'm at where the metal is.
Like almost right below you.
Fireflies!
Yeah.
Oh, they're
Kill all
just...
we can. I like to.
Oh, Mr. Bug.
Okay, I'm swinging at dead guys. That works.
See anything? Can't see anything. There we go. Alright. Oh, I'm way away.
There'd be. Flies.
Damn it.
Okay, that one's stuck in the wall.
Whoa. La cucaracha. Cucaracha. Oh, he's vulnerable to blunt. Oh, man, I should have used my morning star on him. Let's get that on my hot bar. Oh, it is. Okay. Cat, you were just in my lap. What in the world?
The cat in the lab.
Gosh. What is up with you? Huh? What is up with you? Oh, snap. You're so weird. You are so weird.
It wouldn't hurt for us to get more wood too.
Yeah, I definitely need more wood at my base. Like,
Yeah, I don't have.
I am
a
out
whole lot
of wood.
left.
I only have
Sapling's
like
one of the best too.
20 wood left total.
Was there a different axe after the flint axe?
I think flint axe was the highest axe they had.
Okay.
Yeah, there is an iron axe, but it looks like it's just a weapon.
Yeah, it's just. a
Yeah,
weapon.
no
I have
harvest
that,
damage.
but it's like I said. I think it's higher than the sword.
Get out of here. Hear the birds.
Purr, purr, meow, meow. Sapling's over here too.
Oh, almost died there.
Ooh.
Had two I was killing one while an ant and a cockroach. Then another cockroach came up there. That didn't help anything. Where'd y'all go?
I'm on kind of the south side at the moment.
Oh, okay, I see that.
Sorry, collecting some trees.
Yeah, we'll have to go down in the sewer drains and check that all out too. I think there's
Yeah.
I think there's a weapon that you can get that's in the sewer somewhere. And I think it's in this area.
Really? I think we've talked about it a little off stream, but yeah, to the west of the Black Hornet and Knock, I think that's going to be the entrance to the next area. Assuming they have more for the game. I think
Yeah, they do. Or at least they say they do. When you
Okay.
do the last part that we can do, that they say that, well, you're supposed to do something, but that's not in the game yet.
Okay, my inventory is full, so I'm going to catch up with you guys again. Tempted to just drop the resin so I can get more wood. Four stacks of wood and fiber, I think that's good for now. There you are. One adjustment I think they need to make is the when you're blocking, you should actually regain stamina. At least in single player. Multiplayer I could see not necessarily, because then it would be a little too advantageous.
Yeah. Kind of like the break regen.
Yeah. Don't forget you can just flop down a workbench pretty easy and repair your stuff.
Yeah.
Though I don't know if Buggy has a builder's hammer on him.
No, I put my hammer away.
You put the hammer down.
Oh my god.
Oof.
But
Well, we can just go into one of the.
I've got one hammer.
Yep.
I don't know that I have the stuff to build it with. Oh, there's one right here.
Should we build? Meet up.
Where I'm-
yeah.
Where I'm
Wild
at
Man's
is
base.
The what?
We have a
Mini-
little mini base here. Near Knock.
I'm missing refined wood to redo my pickaxe. And iron.
We've got seeds. Seeds right here. See if we can make it.
Yeah, but I need an iron ingot too.
I've got I got my pet or ladybug has some iron
Okay.
collar.
Oh, you said you do have refined wood too?
Yeah, she might have some.
I
Or
only
no,
need,
I bet
like,
you-
one. I just need one piece.
Okay, I gotta clear up some inventory so I can make some.
Alright.
Oh,
Oh, you
there's
did-
some in the simple chest right here. 2 pieces.
Oh, I got here just in time.
Yeah, nice timing.
Alright. I need one refined wood.
Should be in the right chest.
Not the wrong
Not the
chest,
wrong-
right
yeah,
chest.
not the wrong chest. It's like for kids, teach them on how to do their shoes.
The right chest. Aha.
Put the right shoe on the right foot and the wrong shoe on the wrong foot, because if you put the wrong shoe on the right foot, then you have the right shoe on the wrong foot. I mean,
Alright, I think the storm is over.
Alright.
As suddenly as it starts.
Yeah.
Head back home.
Yeah. May as well.
are we heading to yours or mine or what?
I'm going to mine. You guys do you, but going to mine, and then we're gonna head to the Uber Beetle,
Alright.
which I think is Ringo.
Guess I'll go
Depends
with
who
you,
you
and I
ask.
can just move mine down there.
Roach meat. Grasshopper. They're passive. Not to say that's
Oh,
not
I think
good
where
reason.
the beetle was is where the lizards are too.
Oh, since we're in the area, do we want to look at the frog?
I think the frog only comes out at night.
Ah,
Pretty sure.
Alrighty, not worth it then.
Need to go more east than south.
Yep.
You can click if you have your base marked. You can just click on the exclamation mark, and it'll show up in your heading there
Compass.
in your compass.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to be that organized.
Yeah. It's exactly what they expect you to do. Screws here. But I have no space. Haha, ants.
Out of here. Silly. We got a lot of friends following. Oh.
Yeah. But I'm faster than them. And smarter.
Inventory's full. Can't even grab that wood.
Yeah. I don't think I noticed this lock here before. Nice way to get across the river.
Oh yeah, we've used this log a couple times.
Have we?
Oh yeah.
I must not have been with you, because I would have.
No, you were. I know you were with
Was I?
me at least once.
Huh.
You may not have known it was the log or that we
Yeah.
used, but
Or maybe we came from the other way, so I didn't recognize it quite the same.
yeah, we definitely used it the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, because this way does look more familiar.
Hey, hey, Mr. Ant. Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Wowie.
That's. It had to die, you know. It was gonna die. That was a given.
Just across here then. Wow, no. You know, it'd be nice to have a little more variety in some of the weapons. Like, you know, if we're going through these areas, it'd be nice to have a much quicker, low stamina weapon.
Like a
And when I was
dagger.
looking at the- Yeah.
Never did need that wasp queen head. Like
Oh, yeah.
I still have the wasp queen head from like it was like the picnic table area that the wasp queen like started attacking. Yeah, we got her head, but nobody's ever requested it. So
Totally forgot about that.
I think maybe, but I'm not sure. All right, in cooking, maybe.
No, it's a trophy-like thing. I mean, if it was a cooking thing, you would have like health stats on it, but it doesn't have any of that kind of stuff.
Oh,
It's just wash queen head. Yeah, I think we have enough resin. Wasn't 100% sure of my resin supply, but plenty of resin.
Yeah.
Some garlic leaf. Crumble. That. Sec. Here. Grab charcoal. I wish you could hold down the button and have it just craft. But
Yeah, I'd say that's a necessity.
the fact that you can't like just push stacks into these machines and have them just passively craft is kind of
Yeah.
burning all my iron shards. Is there any use of iron shards? Do we know? Should I
One or two, but
keep some shards on? There's some charcoal. There's some shards. And this one will have 30 iron ingots. It's a good amount to have sitting on me.
nice.
All right. I've got sword. I've got pick. I've got morning star for iron. I don't think. Wow, another storm.
Jeez.
Another freaking storm. How is that? Okay, whatever. Should we try to sleep through it?
Sure. May as well. I don't think it works, but sure. Oh. Oh well. Come on, use. There we go.
Is the storm still coming, or is it?
should be over.
Yeah, I
May
think-
have passed.
yeah, it passed. It just,
Well, it was
it just
before
sort
we
of like,
slept, wasn't it?
yeah, it was like building, and then we slept, and there was like, it was just nothing. There was no indication that it stopped, so I wasn't sure if it just delayed it. Whoa. Just damaged the house.
I was trying for the firefly, and it disappeared just as I swung at it.
Oh.
There's two of them right here.
Yeah, I saw him. All right, so we have to go south eastish.
You want to do most of it flying? When I can pull my base to here.
I mean, that tree right across south of us.
Well, there's a
That'd be a
tree
good-
right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. The one south of us, we could fly, get to that one relatively easily. You can just straight up move your base.
Yep. That's the nice thing about it.
call my... I don't think I called my pet here. Ah, there she is.
Not sure on which side the lift is on.
You just gotta go up the. You gotta find the thing. I'm standing on it.
Oh, the lift?
Oh man.
I'm a little bit behind you, but no need to wait for me.
Where are you? Do you see my antenna glow?
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Now I see both of you.
I'm literally standing on the platform. So
Not figuratively standing.
no,
On
I'm not figuratively. I'm literally standing.
that? Okay.
It's like somebody's got 3 beetles after them.
That's me.
That'd be me. Now you could wait for me. I guess I'm close enough. I thought I was a little further behind.
All right, it's mine.
Ow! You brought friends.
Did. I like to share.
All right, where's the guy to... All right, hot air's on the way. Hot air lift.
What would you say that is? A monastery to the east? Southeast?
It's either that or church. I mean, it definitely gives off monastery vibes, but
Or a cathedral.
I don't think it's a cathedral. It'd be much bigger if it was a cathedral.
Yeah, they're more epicer.
I think after all that, I need to go repair again.
But it definitely gives off the monastery vibe, especially with that big bell tower.
Yeah. Wonder how much detail
Yeah,
is
just
in
think that, like, all these big cathedrals and stuff, that people that are, you know, like, that were just artists and stuff mainly, were designing these things and how they got them without falling down.
Well, a
Yeah.
couple of them fell down. There was a famous one. I think it's in France. Either France or like the Prussia area, but because there was a race in medieval times to build them taller and taller and taller, and so like Notre Dame, and so those the really famous ones that are super super tall, the inside span is like super tall. And these things took 25 years to build. At least 25 years to build. There's one actually under construction in Spain that has been going for like 180 years. They've been building it. And it's still going. It's still being built to this day. Anyway, so they kept building them taller and taller and taller, and there was a famous one that as they were building it, the thing collapsed and killed. I mean, it was a lot of people. But anyway, yeah, they stopped building them when that collapsed. They figured that was the tallest that they could get, and they stopped trying to build so high. All right, so I'm gonna got that highlighted.
So they had to smoke a little less. They didn't get it as high as they were building them.
Nope.
Probably a good idea.
Why does it take stamina? I should
Yeah.
have drunk a stamina potion or something. There's a branch that I can stand up.
Speaking of cathedrals and building, is there? I know the idea was out there a while ago, but Notre Dame, are they gonna rebuild that?
Yeah, they're working on it.
Nice.
Working on it right now. There's actually a little conspiracy theory behind that.
Oh,
So they were in the middle of a renovation for Notre Dame, right?
okay.
And they were allocated. Now, remember, Notre Dame is like 400 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
So they were allocated only like $16 million to renovate Notre Dame. And it was grossly not enough money. Like, not enough by a very, very long shot, right? And surprise, surprise, a fire breaks out and guts the church. But see, since it was in the middle of the renovation, they had pulled out the vast majority of the very valuable artifacts, right? They had pulled all those out because they were in the middle. So this mysterious fire breaks out and devastates it, right? So what happens after the fire breaks out, after they, get it all? There is a worldwide, especially the Christian community, worldwide call to restore and renovate, or to restore Notre Dame, and they got like 500 million or something like that to completely restore. So it was like, yeah, this fire breaks out, and all of a sudden they have more money than they could ever want to do anything with, to rebuild it. So yeah, there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, this fire was done on purpose because they didn't have enough.
Sympathy.
They didn't have enough to do what they wanted. All right, lizard.
I'd like to think that that wouldn't happen, but I mean, it's happened before for other things, so can't say it's impossible.
You're a lizard.
I don't know why I keep going after clay. We've got bajillions of it.
Oh, that actually hurt me.
Although I suppose if I try and build anything out of brick, need a lot of mortar.
That is a big bee. I don't think bees get that big in the natural world. That's a big effing bee right there. I don't think I've ever seen a bee like twice as large as a flower. Like a big tulip. If you're looking at the scale of the thing is owned. All right, beetle. How did you guys get? Wait, where?
I'm below you a bit.
Yeah, you're bit. You're way the hell down there.
Yeah. Get up this branch.
We do have a base. Yeah, this is where it says the beetle is, but I'm not seeing a beetle.
I think it's a little
Beetle's inside
underground.
the beetle's inside that room there. You have to go through a tunnel down to them. So we have to kind of go above them.
Oh,
Basically
you got
right
you
over
got a
top.
friend.
I got a whole bunch of friends. Oh, they just quit. Gave up on me. Good.
Oof. I hate it when my friends give up on me.
Let's see if I can remember on how to get down in.
It was from like a staircase or something, wasn't it?
It might be from where I came up. Oh, yeah, I'm down. I think down at a. Come over this side. Down to me.
Yeah, let's not go in there yet.
Yeah.
We have a base around here somewhere.
That's on a little bit lower portion.
Yeah, I have it marked on my map. Just
Okay.
because.
Hello.
All right, wild man, you need to heal, buddy.
Yeah. I'm so popular.
Oh.
One down. This is just the warm up for the other guy.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of that hard
Heavy chitin?
cut. Didn't want to say it. Make bug gives.
Yeah, I think this is the entrance here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do.
Do.
Take a heal. Make sure you're all healed up. All right.
All right, I'm all up.
Yeah, he's resistant to pierce. Good God, look at the size of this thing.
Oh,
All right,
here he
got his
comes.
attention. Oh! No.
No touchy.
It connect.
They definitely need to increase the hitbox on these guys.
Yep, got it.
Voice.
Got it. Ancient clover seal.
Now, do you want to do that again?
A beautiful piece of jewelry crafted by Ludwig
Oz?
the Elder.
Honestly, these guys take a long time to respawn. I wouldn't worry about it.
All right.
Now, let's check out what else is in here. Anything else?
Yeah. Nothing out this way.
Hmm.
Oh, we could explore the ruins. Here's a little cubby. Where's this? Oh,
That's the spawn location.
oh, that's the entrance to the cathedral or the monastery or whatever. Don't
Well,
know if
that's
we'd be able to
the.
get to it.
This is the. We're under the bridge right now
Yeah.
to the monastery. That's a door to
this
like
is-
the basement of the monastery.
yeah, this here was where we were looking up at this area. And how do we get here?
Oh, it looks like there is an entrance down there.
No, I've been over there. There's
you have?
that's
Okay.
that's nothing. There's no way to go
Yeah.
in that.
It's just one of those places where I guess junk spawns out of.
I'm gonna go up on the upper portion, see if there's a way to fly across. I'm guessing you can't get there for now.
Well, there's one place I was trying to get up there, but it was all steps, and I couldn't jump high enough to get up the steps.
Ah,
But I don't know if you had the grappling hook, might be able to do it.
yes, there is the grappling hook.
But I didn't have one, so.
I just hate to have the such limited inventory space. I hate
Yeah.
to plug it up even more with that kind of thing.
Dash.
There are the steps.
Oh, there was on top up here too, like a lily pond thing with a looks like a used to be a statue in the center of it.
Yeah, that's to the south and west a bit.
Okay, but it was up real high.
Yeah.
I think this was where I was trying to go up here.
Yeah, it looks
up
like.
more. And the steps here are just too high to.
Can you build, or is this a no build zone?
I don't know. I didn't try.
Do you have a builder's hammer?
Yeah, I could try.
Just see if it gives you an error when you select like a set of stairs.
Okay, I can build up here. If you look up and to the east a little bit, you can see where I am. I climbed up the wall, the
Up to
stairs.
the east.
Yep.
I don't see you.
Really weird.
It says there's no structural support here.
Up to.
Of course,
I
I don't have
must
the
not-
wood or bark either. So
I must not show up on ya.
I don't see your.
Keep going. Turn around, and now go to the north.
You're going.
And
You're
then-
way away from the stairs.
Well, I am now, but show you how to get up to where I was. Yeah, right here, you can kind of jimmy up it. Kind of jump and let your character grab the wall. Keep doing that. Oh, there's one spot that's a little tricky, but you can get up it. And here, you just kind of gotta hit it right and get this ledge right here. There we go.
Oh,
There's a piece that kind of juts out a little.
oh wow, that is a tight tolerance right there.
Yup.
There we go. Yeah.
And you gotta kind of jump and glide. But I don't know if this does me much good because...
Oh shit.
Ah!
Well, I made it up here at least.
Alright.
Okay, you're definitely meant to be able to get up here because there is mineable clay up here. So
Okay.
definitely not something that's supposed to be off limits.
wonder from right here if I could jump across. This looks like about the highest furthest out point.
Highest furthest.
Yep, highest furthest. Ah! Ah! All the way down. So that'd be probably not.
Oh shit! I made it.
Oh, excellent.
And there's some mineable clay up here.
Okay.
All right, I made it up. I made it up to the freaking thingy, whatever this is. Oh, there's a. Is that an invisible barrier? Oh my god, it's an invisible barrier. That's lame.
Yeah.
There's an invisible barrier up here, and there's a mineable clay right. How? Oh, that's rude. That's rude.
But now we know.
But now. All right. Now, oh shit. All right, let's float my way. Excuse me, wasps. Don't mind me. Oh, I thought I was going here. But, oh well. Now, what are the odds?
I'm at the beetle house and it's still not back yet, so you go ahead and turn in the quest. I'll work my way that way.
Where are you going? Oh, are you trying to get back to your base?
Yeah.
Just die.
Ooh,
Oh, rude.
harsh, bro.
Oh, rude.
Fast travel.
I know. But it causes damage to my sweet armor.
I'm a little worried if you lick your armor, so you know it's sweet.
Your armor for that high tier stuff. That almost doesn't have. Well, I haven't had to use anything to repair.
Oh, I have. I have one of our last excursions. Oh, my armor was so damaged. Ow.
You okay?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. I ended up just dying.
Oh shoot.
Water death. Wow. I got 18 heavy chitin
Yeah.
just from killing the passively
Those big beetle.
those big stag beetles. Yeah.
Yeah, they drop a lot.
Right. Here's some stuff.
I have so many bull ant mandibles. 'Tis crazy.
Oh yeah, poison gland here.
Combat music.
Yeah, I heard a bee out there. I mean, we are really close to a wasp nest, and usually they pop out and kill all the other little bugs around.
Yeah.
It's almost daytime here in just a minute or two.
You know, I think arrows should be cheaper. Or make more of them, which is basically the same thing.
But then I make 10 at a time.
Well, yeah, but it should.
Yeah, but you go through. I mean, you go through 5 just to kill one bug. So
Yeah.
10 at a time doesn't mean much when they don't do that much damage each.
Although I guess if you make them too cheap, then it's maybe too easy.
All right, let's make our way back to this elder dude.
We could go this way here.
If you see jumping
Well,
bug
this
spiders,
wasn't
they're
where-
passive. Shockingly.
Oh, look at all the I didn't know there was this many saplings right here. Look at all these saplings.
Oh,
Tons
wow.
of wood right here.
this is a nice tree for building that right at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old man is the
Twisted
icon.
around here.
The icon for him is over here. He must be.
Yep, but
Well,
He
he's
must be
underneath.
way
underground.
under. Yeah.
Oh, where is the entrance to the place?
I think it's on the
I think,
other. I think it's on the west side.
yeah. Go to Hearn, because he's pretty close to the entrance.
You don't want to mess with me, ants. You don't want to mess with me. Sorry. Sorry. I'm not even going to pick up your drops because we don't need them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say this game captures kind of an RPG feel, almost like you'd get in an MMO, which I think is kind of what they were going for.
There's Hearn.
Okay. Yeah, let's go this way.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go.
I swear I
Yeah,
picked
here
all
it is.
these owls. I had all these owls already.
Yeah, it's on marking them
Collected.
now.
Yeah, they're unmarked now.
Where'd you go? Or are you
Down below with the old dude.
Oh, okay. I thought I must have gotten you confused with Wild Man.
The
I'm all
elder.
twisted up here.
So
Right.
twisted.
All right, elder. Insert ever ancient clover seal. Yay. Ah.
Did you do it?
Not
I've
to
got-
it, but to do it.
I got something, I guess. No. Let's talk to the old man, see what he thinks. Elder, I have opened the chest. All it contained was this scroll. A scroll? Where's the elixir of life? It's written in the old tongue. I'll send word to Theodric, the historian. He is well versed in the old tongue. Should be able to decipher. Where do I find this Theodric? He has made his settlement below the giant's ancient sanctuary in the ruin.
Oh.
Yes, the giant's ancient sanctuary and Theodric aren't available, which is spelled wrong. Avail Abe yet in this early access version of the game. I shall wait for him to receive word of this. Damselfly treat. It's a special blend of ingredients I help you tame and prevent the damselflies. So you can tame the damselfly and ride around on him. That is freaking awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, the scroll. Yeah, healing potion recipe half. So it's just half.
Yeah, so don't lose that.
Will do.
That's it, other than playing around.
wonder if
there is a, I don't know if you've tamed anything or not, but there is a, whatever you call it, thing for taming.
the treat.
No, in your, what do you call it when you, achievement.
Oh,
I've got them all except for taming. You said those are all lit up for you?
yeah. I just got that one too. That owl was not claimed either. There was one up here, just one that wasn't claimed. This is yeah. I thought I got them all when I walked through here, but maybe I missed some. Um, Damsel. So I'm assuming the damselfly are dragonfly. That's what I'm assuming. I didn't even know those were called damselflies.
Yeah.
Or would it be those flies that are attacked us?
No, those really you couldn't ride on one of those. Those are too small.
Yeah.
Damselflies you could definitely ride on. Those are big. Those are the like giants of the insect world.
Those are down in the swamp, aren't they?
They're kind of everywhere, but they're mostly around where water is.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
We
is
were
there?
calling dragonflies?
Yeah, we call them dragonflies. Anywhere that we haven't really explored yet that you guys want to go see?
I've got most of the map. Pretty much the only thing I haven't is where the monastery is, and then to like the directly east of where we are now. But most of that is water.
Yeah, that's all water.
Yeah.
Monastery, that's closed off because
You know.
that's not even in the game. So that little hole that you saw under the bridge, that's definitely, I think, what they're talking about underneath the monastery. That definitely the entrance to it. Doesn't go anywhere now. It just blocks you off. But I'm guessing you go in that, and it opens up a whole different realm of things and stuff inside.
Sounds likely.
The only thing we haven't really explored is the sewers.
Yeah. Well, there's also tunnels all over the place that we haven't probably looked in, but that sounds like a,
I didn't mean to do
I don't know.
Oh,
But yeah, the sewers wouldn't be a bad idea. You said that there was some kind of weapon in there?
Yeah, supposedly.
Okay.
Supposed to be a pretty good weapon, too.
is that like an Easter egg?
I guess. I don't know.
I'm gonna try and climb this tree.
No, I'm going back to my base to unload so I don't
Ah.
lose track of where all the things and stuff are.
Yeah.
Ants, I'm telling you, you don't want any part of this. All right. The scroll.
Yeah, I have a few recipes that I haven't unlocked yet. just here and there. Do you have one missing in the stone cutter?
Let's look. Yes.
Okay.
And I have 4 missing from Caleb.
Yeah.
But
I
I'm
don't know what
assuming
that was.
assuming that doesn't matter because he's a low level guy anyway. So I would imagine, or I wouldn't imagine that he would be able to make you anything really good.
And that might be in the other part of the game that's not in yet.
Yeah, you very
it's
easily.
possible.
Um,
I'd be a little surprised since, you'd think, they'd probably just tuck that away.
And I'm
behind the
missing 2
next
from the
patch or whatever.
apothecary table.
Yeah.
One in the
apothecary.
cauldron.
I've got all the apothecary stuff. I've got all the cauldron ones.
I'm missing 1 cauldron. 1 stone cutter.
Yeah, 1 stone cutter. Got all the workbench, all the campfire. Wonder what you're missing. Apothecary.
Okay, the apothecary, I'm missing the last one in the list. I'm watching your stream.
The blood potion?
I assume so, yeah.
I missed
Betcha.
the last 2 on
Because
mine.
it might sort them so the question mark is last. It doesn't mean that's the
Yeah,
last
'cause
thing
I
in my
have-
list.
Yeah, blood potion's the last in my list, but I've got 2 unknowns after it.
So let me just run down the list. Poison resistance. That was it was the poison antidote I got from a quest
think I know
turn
what
in. The poison antidote I got as a quest turn in.
I think I know what he's missing. Come up upstairs, Wildman. And in the chest up here next to the apothecary table, pick up the blood sack. Because that unlocked 2 things for me.
It didn't appear to.
Well, if he's already got the blood potion in his list,
True.
so my guess, do you have poison antidote in your list?
Just a minute. Yeah. I have poison resistance, poison antidote, lesser poison resistance, lesser health, stamina, greater
Okay.
stamina,
So you're
lesser
missing.
stamina,
Okay, you're missing
and
the.
blood potion.
Yeah, you're missing the greater health elixir and the jester brew.
What do you have to make the
Greater health
greater-
elixir uses toad flesh, so you need to kill a
So I gotta-
toad.
Yeah.
And then the jester brew.
Probably the firefly juice. Because I think I gave him my
I've got
torch.
firefly juice. I even have some on me now.
Jester brew.
Poison gland?
I mean, it might have been a turn-in. It might have been a thing that I got.
True.
I wish this would tell me, like.
Probably Tuhala. Do you have Tuhala on your map? South? Actually, southmost person.
Yeah, Tuhala is where I got a couple different things. I don't
Might
know.
have to go
I don't
there.
remember what she wanted.
Spider Queen Matriarch. Or Spider Matriarch, not Queen.
Yeah,
But did they want a turn in for that?
yeah.
Yep.
The fangs. The fangs from the Spider Matriarch is what you turn in, and yeah, I think she
Alright.
gives you those potion brew recipes.
All right.
I don't know what else. I'm kind of curious to know what that stonecutter recipe is, since that's a low level. That's a lower level crafting. Yeah, that's a lower level crafting. I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
All right.
Wheel pick.
Thank you.
Yep, yep.
What was... Which guy was it? That...
The one that's missing the patterns.
Caleb.
Yeah, just across the water to the west.
Caleb. Yep. Okay. We'll go over there and see if there's any dialogue options that he might have.
Yeah, might be something new now that you've finished.
Silly.
He's the stone guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got my
Ooh.
encampment right above you. I want to use them for gliding.
Was that ooh and a yes?
No, I got another screw.
Oh,
Another screw and another bottle cap.
Snicker.
No, no Snickers.
Oh man, that'd be quite the meal.
Right?
Okay, built all of
landed.
the.
I landed from that tree all the way to where that mining for the ants.
Nice.
Ants are not very smart. You'd think they'd see me slaughter all their friends and they'd be like, maybe I shouldn't attack.
Run!
I hope they make a stables for the game, so that you can have multiple pets. Because I think right now you can only have the one, whatever one it might be.
What is that armor you're wearing? Okay. That wasn't it.
Yeah, no new options for me.
None for me.
Although I haven't finished the game, so.
Yeah, nothing. Okay, so that's weird. Why
So
he
I guess
would...
maybe maybe miss something earlier in the game, or not introduced yet. Or I suppose possibly even a bug.
Oh, I wonder if that guy, the beginning guy with the armor, maybe has more people to go see, but I don't think so.
Doubt it.
I think he just starts the chain.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he just starts the quest chain. Get out of my... Silly.
Into the sewers, see if we can find some turtles.
Sewers? How do we get to the sewers?
It's that place we had found before, where we got separated with from Wildman on a different stream.
Also, too,
What?
I think they were saying it was up by the where the armor is. I mean, where the iron.
Yep, iron.
Okay, so it's where the iron... So that would be west of here and north.
I think they should introduce set bonuses for armor. Because right now, you know, it looks better to have a full set, but sometimes it doesn't, you know, actually make sense. Because
Yeah,
I've
'cause
noticed
I'm
that.
wearing a partial set.
Yeah.
I'm wearing the wing part and then the other part that's for cold,
Okay.
so I don't have to worry about cold. So it shorts me one protection per piece.
Yeah.
It's all minor, except for the wings are 6s, and if I have the set like y'all do, it's 7s.
Okay, we need to go far more north. Somehow Oscar over there.
I started before you guys, because I'm a butthole.
You hear like that every time you kill those. That is a it's laughing at you.
So I wanted to expound a little bit on the idea that I had for the multi-block system for the vintage engineering mod, because I came up with that because you know, getting around some of the difficulties, some of the unknowns for me is my brain. I've been honestly having a hard time falling asleep at night because I'm thinking about that mod constantly.
Oh.
Just all of the work that's required. I mean, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
There's an evil beetle, ladybug.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. So I've been really, really worried about the projector. Because that, I mean, you want to talk about a mountain of stuff that I don't know how to do? that mod, or that part of the mod is the personification of that. Like, I'm so bad at rendering stuff, like the rendering side of code. Like, I don't even know what is or isn't possible. So for me to like, oh yeah, this item, you can select different things and have it like project as blocks. Like, I have no idea how any of that's going to work. That's going to take just a mountain of work to get that functional. So yeah, I thought instead of having a crazy amount of code that has to somehow detect what multi-block you're trying to form, that the center, middle, bottom block of each machine is a unique block to that machine. So it's sort of like you have a controller block with a lot of mods, like the refinery controller, the turbine controller, stuff like that. Having the middle bottom block be a controller. So you'd have a pump jack controller, or pump jack block. That's the middle bottom, and when you place it, it detects your it detects the way you were facing, so automatically you can set the rotation of the machine, of the final machine, to how you're facing when you place the block, because that's a really easy thing to do. The game already does that. It already places the block in orientation of what you're facing. And then once you place it, the block itself could generate the ghost blocks around it. Because it would know, because it's a controller block, it would already know what blocks make it. Right?
To the, sorry to interrupt you. To one side, I think the opposite way you went is to spider nest.
Okay.
Well, we're going to travel both ways. It doesn't really matter.
All right.
But anyway, the gist of it is that it would... You'd be able to place the block, see the ghost. Ooh, workbench. You know, see the ghost and then place the blocks, and it, you know, all of the logic would be inside that block, and then we could share that code fairly easily. We could share that code. Oh wow, this is new.
Yeah.
This poor
This
guy.
is probably the weapon.
Stinger Lance. Ah, unlocked recipe. There's the stonecutter missing recipe.
Yeah.
Ah.
The Stinger Lance. Let's see. A deadly weapon with 3 sharp venom-coated stingers for piercing and delivering a lethal dose of poison. So, this thing, pierce damage 20 to 28, poison 12 to 14, 5% critical, 25 stamina, 8 blocking power. Pretty decent durability.
Yeah, especially for furry.
So, did that unlock the recipe for you guys too?
Nope, it vanished and we can't do anything with it.
Maybe if you hold it.
Oh, yeah.
I could drop it and see if you guys...
Yeah. Hand it
all right.
around.
Let's see, where is it? It's in here somewhere.
I think you equipped it.
Right, let me unequip.
Go ahead, Wildman.
Yep, it gave it to me.
Okay. And then control click to drop skit.
What did it look like?
Looks like a hole.
There it is.
Voice. Alright, there it is for you again.
All right. Pokey stick. All right, so the other direction.
I don't know if we can ever get out of here, but anyway.
There's got to be a way out.
I was kind of
Probably
scared
through
while
the spider tunnel, because
Oh yeah.
I know I had found a spider tunnel in another one of the areas. They probably connect up.
I was kind of scared. It's like a black widow too.
Go ahead and go follow him. I'm gonna
Well, yeah.
climb up this metal.
We want to kill the spider.
Oh, okay.
Why not? What else are we gonna do?
It's fair. edge damage. But may as well plink it a couple times.
Oh, destroyed! Utterly destroyed. Did anybody bring their shears?
I did.
Nope.
Um,
Go to town.
yeah, I don't think I brought mine. Damn it.
Inventory space is just so precious that I don't bother with it.
Precious.
Yes, precious.
I don't know why. I don't know why there's no like backpack or something, some inventory, some way to upgrade your inventory. I know about the like ladybug pack mule things, but these bows.
Yeah. Go back and repair my stuff. Hopefully you've been repairing as you go along here, wild man.
Yep.
Good, good.
The map just evolves in having workbenches just everywhere. Just like every foot and a half there's a workbench everywhere you go.
Oh dear, I used my flint shears too much.
Oh, shoot.
I need resin and one wood. One resin and one wood.
Oh, I got
refined wood.
I've got resin.
refined wood.
Oh, I don't have refined wood.
That's all right. I just won't use it anymore.
Well, no harm in using it now that you've used it some. The stuff that it takes is pretty commonplace.
Yeah.
I'd say the silk is probably more valuable than the flint you'll use.
There's another spider
that
back
way. I'm gonna look this way because it looks like it might be a dead end. No, there's another passage. Pathage, yes, pathage.
There's a passage off to the right here too.
Yep. That's the one I meant. I think the other way is water, so we can't get through it.
It's kind of neat that they have this like this. Ooh, another spider.
Yep.
Dead spider.
Oh, I hear an echo. Cool.
Yeah, it's just
good.
doing.
This is a dead end.
Well,
I'm full.
well, drop your eggs. You don't need eggs. Nobody needs eggs. We have so many eggs. Like, that's one thing that we are not in.
Silk there.
I grabbed the silk. Yeah.
Okay.
They need to make an iron shears.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
can
'cause
you?
Mine's almost dead. With just few I've done.
Um, yeah. You think the scythe would be able to do it, but
Yeah.
like,
Well,
why
it
have
doesn't have
why
parts.
have a scythe in the game that doesn't harvest? The whole point of
Yeah.
that tool is to harvest.
All right, there's it.
There's a
Oh, we can go
cucaracha.
this way. I'll look to see if there's anything over here. Let you know. Oh, okay. This is actually an exit. Yeah, let's check out the cockroach.
A cucaracha. Some wood. Ooh, bunch of wood. Stone. Spawn pot spot. You could build a little home back here, you know. Just mushrooms,
Yep.
some wood, stone.
Dead end.
Whoa.
Wonder if you can walk on the sides.
Yay.
Almost daylight.
Yay.
Kind of.
Well, it's midday. Just
Whoa.
the storm.
Not that way.
Oh.
So yeah, that way it must be the way we need to go.
You know, with all the Hollywood reboots and stuff that we've seen, surprised they haven't tried to reboot the Honey I Shrunk the Kids.
Yeah.
With modern CGI, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
About that, the company I work for, Key Foods, makes Little Debbie's. They had in that Honey I Shrunk the Kids oatmeal cream pie that we made. We didn't make the one that's in the movie, but
Snicker cream pie.
The really big one?
Yeah,
You didn't make the really big one that was in.
no. But they have a thing of it like, what is it? Is it at Disney or what studio? Universal or somewhere. One of the studios has a area that is like a Honey I Shrunk the Kids stuff.
Oh.
They have a big oatmeal cream pie thing in there.
Nice.
But anyway, we was sponsors or whatever of that.
Yeah, do you get like factory discounts? Because I would get so
do.
fat.
Yeah, I retire from them. I can still get a discount for buying that stuff.
If I worked for a company that produced snacks like that, I would. They'd have to do a movie about me called The Whale.
Yeah, it was nice because they would have racks out there with the free stuff.
You want
anytime.
to know like the most heartbreaking story as far as like missed potential, right? So a few years ago, my grandpa died, and so there was a family that I haven't seen in 20 years. All came, aunts and uncles came from all over, and I was sitting talking to my uncle and my aunt, and I won't use any names, but my aunt was saying, I was just catching up, like, hey, what kind of jobs, what have you done in the last few, years? And she mentioned that for roughly like 6 or 7 years, she was a really high up person in management for Jack Links.
Oh.
Okay. And I was like, oh man, because I love beef jerky. And And she was like, yeah, we had a company store. We had a company store, and any employee could go to the company store and buy a 10-pound bag of beef jerky for $10. And I'm like, holy shit. A 10-ounce bag in the stores was over $10 at the time. Now it's like $14. 10 ounces. She was like, yeah, 10-pound bag for $10. And I'm like, I would have loaded up on that shit. Yeah, that was heartbreaking. Just a missed opportunity. I was like, oh man.
I'd buy a freezer.
Oh god, I would have gone insane. Just like, yeah, 10-pound bag. I mean, even if you like subdivided it and sold Ziploc baggies to your friends, you could have made a massive profit. Turn into like a drug dealer or something. Yeah, you want 2 ounces? You want a 3-ounce baggie? And you get investigated by the cops because the cops are here and like you're selling like ounces of stuff, you know, and they're investigating. It's like, oh, he's selling jerky? Really? That's not a euphemism for something? Like, no, I'm selling jerky, baby. The black market jerky. But yeah, that was just, oh, I was so heartbroken because she wasn't working the job anymore. So, so yeah, it had been several years since she had been there, and I'm like, God damn it! If I would have only known, if only. But the number one thing that we still can't get, and I wish I knew somebody who worked some like similar to like Wildman, working in like a manufactory, right? So there's a company out there that makes a product for a franchise, Slotchke's Deli. They make the jalapeno chips for Slotchke's Deli. I wish to God I knew somebody in that chain, because I would buy cases of the jalapeno chips for Slotchke's Deli, because they are the best jalapeno chip ever made, and they are damn near impossible to find. Right? They are so hard to find. Even if you just happen to have a Slotchke's Deli, when you walk in there and you say how many bags of jalapeno chips that you have, they are almost always nearly sold out. Almost always. Because people walk in there and just buy, you know, even somebody like me goes in and buys 10 bags. And they're so expensive when you get them, you know, that far down the chain. If I could find somebody like up the food chain a little bit, basically, and say, I want like 3 cases, because I could send a case to my brother. Easily, he would pay me to get a case of the jalapeno chips. Because years ago, like 10 years ago, no, 20 years ago now, you could go to the grocery store and buy a big bag, like a commercial sized bag of jalapeno chips. And as soon as I saw that, as soon as I discovered the glory that is the jalapeno chips from Slotchke's, we would buy out the shelf every time. Every time I went to the grocery store and they had those in stock, I would buy every bag they had. And my brother did the same thing. And after like 6 months, they just stopped stocking them, which doesn't make sense to me, because you'd think if you were selling out of something a lot, you would get more in to sell more of them. You'd think that that's how the world works, but for some reason, they just stopped stocking them. Whether Slotchke, maybe they stopped making big bags like that, because I have never been able to find them since. Never. And so maybe they only have the small bags. I even wrote to I went to Slotchke's website, and they did the contact us. Literally, I went in there and I wrote this blurb, and I said, I have been trying to find a way to order Slotchke's Deli jalapeno chips online, like big bags, because y'all make the best jalapeno chip ever made, right? I got an email back. I got a message back through their convoluted marketing system. I got a message back from the goddamn CEO.
Oh, wow.
That said, thank you for your interest in these chips. We do not currently sell bigger bags. and we do not currently sell them to the general public. You have to go through a store, right? And I'm just sitting there going, if I was the CEO of this country, if I was the CEO of this company, and I got a message like that, it said, I am desperate to find a way to order these chips, right? My first thought would be, maybe this isn't the only person looking for this, right? Maybe there's other people that like these chips that we could sell to, right? So why not look into offering to sell these chips on their website and make money? Because the Slotchki's Deli are not everywhere, right? There's not one in my town. I think the nearest one is like an hour and a half away. My brother is in the Seattle area. There is not even a Slotchki's near him. Not even near him. Even though there's 2 million people around him, they don't even have one over there. So why not, as a company, offer those online and have a minimum purchase? You need to order at least 3 bags in order for us to ship them. You don't even have to have free shipping. I am so desperate for these damn chips. I'd buy a case right now, and make my brother pay for them, because he would get some too. And he would be more than willing. He'd send me $100 and be like, "Yeah, man, give me some chips," because they are. If anybody's out there who has never tried them, if you have a Slotchki's Deli in your area, and you like jalapeno chips, if that flavor is something that you like, go to the Slotchki's Deli, just go up to the counter and say, give me 2, 3, whatever you can afford, a couple of bags of jalapeno chips,
Well,
and
I
just
found where you can buy them.
and just like sit and eat and just enjoy the flavor of these they're so good. They're so good. Anyway, what now, Wild Man?
I found where you can buy them for $1.49 a bag.
Those are tiny little bags.
Yeah,
They're tiny little
for
bags.
sale. They're for sale.
They are, I haven't looked in the last couple months, but what I want to do is I want to find a deal where I buy a case of them, right? There's like 60 bags in a case. And I want to get, it would be nice to be able to get them for like maybe $1.20 a bag or something. Like just, go, but you can't like buy a case of something. Because I think my dad tracked the packaging, the factory that makes them in Colorado. It's in Colorado somewhere. And he actually contacted them and was like, "Hey, can I buy a case of these?" And they're like, we're not authorized to sell to customers. We just package these up for the company. We don't. And I'm like, yeah, that may be the message that you give, but I know if I knew a Joe Blow that worked the factory floor, I'd be able to get a goddamn case of those. Because they are glorious. Glorious. They're so good. And there's no other. I have tried literally every other jalapeno chip on the market. There's not another one that matches it. There's one that comes in the ballpark, but it too is a regional chip. It's called Tim's. Tim's thin and crispy jalapeno chip, and they're really only available in Washington State. But every other jalapeno chip out there is, for some reason, they're all kettle cooked, and it's like, I don't know why. Like every other jalapeno chip, other than, like a Pringles, which isn't even classified as a potato chip, but every other jalapeno chip, other than the Tim's thin and crispy, they're all like these kettle cooked things, and it's like, no, that's not what I want. Tim's, they have a Cascade style, which is a kettle cooked jalapeno chip. That's not what it is. And so I talked to my local. So the Tim's brand, my brother has sent me a few bags because again, they're only available in Washington State, and they're usually always sold out. Whenever he goes to the grocery store, the Tim's, that particular style and brand of chip are always sold out. So when he finds them, he usually buys them all, right? He usually buys 4 or 5 bags, whatever he can find. And he sent me a few bags in the last couple of years. He'll send me a box of them. And I usually eat them. They don't last long. But so I tried to get my grocery store here. The distributor, let's say that word right. Distributor is Utz Foods. UTZ Foods. They're the distributor, and maybe they own the brand. I'm not sure how all the conglomerations work. But I talked to my local grocery store, the people who sort of manage, the stock, and I was like, would it be possible to get these chips in the store? And they're like, and they wrote down, Tim's Thin and Crispy Jalapeno Utz Foods, because they have an Utz or Utes or however you pronounce it. They have an Utz Foods supplier that supplies literally Utz brand chips and snacks on their shelves. So they have a guy, a local supplier who stocks the shelves with Utz Foods. And so they talked to him and said, can you get the Tim's Thin and Crispy Jalapeno chips? And he's like, no, I don't keep those in stock. And so they told me that. And they're like, yeah, he doesn't keep those in stock. And I literally told them, if you got this guy to stock these chips, I would buy at least 2 bags a week of these chips. Guaranteed sales. And I said, you could even do a promotion and say, hey, we got these new jalapeno chips. They're highly recommended because they are really good. They're about 85% of the way to the Schlotchke's Deli. They're about 85%. So they're closest that I've ever tasted to the Schlotchke's. And I was like, I would buy at least 2 bags a week. They're so good. And so they went back to the guy, the distributor, and I was like, yeah, we would sell these chips at least 2 or 3 bags a week. We would sell probably more once people realized how awesome they were. And he's like, no, I'm not going to stock those. And I'm like, okay, being a business person and knowing how business works, if your customers tell you, I would buy this product every week if you stocked it, right? How incentivized would you be to stock the product? You'd be it's sales. You would make sales. Why then would you turn that away? I don't understand it. I don't, because it's so backwards. Yeah. So it's been a long hunt to find these chips, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that I can't ever get them. But anyway, it's been like a 20-year saga to try to find a really good supply, really good source supply of those
Dealer?
of those chips. Do what?
A dealer?
Well, just to find a source that I can buy like big bags of the chips, and it's like, I went online and I did some searches. There were some rumors that, a place like Costco in certain areas had them. And it's like, I know that there are other people out in the world that are looking for these things, literally wanting to find and buy these chips. And so I'm not the only one looking for them. And it's weird to me that a company doesn't realize that. You know, because I mean, I'm sure they get inquiries. I'm sure they get emails. I'm sure they get like people like, "Hey, I'm trying to find these. Can you point me to a direction where I can order these?" And it's like, you think after you get a few hundred of those, that you might think, "Hey, I might be able to sell some of these and make some money." You know, why would you turn away a source of revenue? I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because restaurants and stuff like Fridays and stuff, they sell a bunch of their stuff, and Olive Garden sells some of their stuff in the stores.
Yeah, you go to the grocery store, you can get Olive Garden dressing, Olive Garden croutons. You can get, Famous Dave's barbecue sauce. Like, there are definitely secondary markets that you can sell some of your sauces and seasonings.
Yeah.
So for me, it just doesn't make any sense why some of these companies turn away sales. Just doesn't compute for me.
Unless they're afraid that selling stuff like that would draw away from their store sales.
Well, that would make more sense to me if their stores were more widespread. But Slotsky's is not in a lot of markets. There's not a lot of them around.
Yeah, we had one here, and they left.
Yeah, they close down. They leave. Yeah, we used to have one in town here, and believe it or not, I mean, you can believe it that we gave them a lot of money, and they still ended up closing down. Because their sandwiches are massively overpriced. So, we like their chips. We don't. Their sandwiches were kind of, and that's really what the death. That really is what kills. What kills it, but anyway, it's just unfortunate. Which is why I'd love to find somebody that.
I died to it. I've got clay bandages, so I don't want to use them just willy-nilly. But then I got a little too low.
Yeah, that one I saw for the chips there online were actually just order ahead type thing.
Yeah. Kind of figured that's what it was.
Well, other than taming some stuff, I don't think there's much more we can do. Wander around, explore, but...
Yeah, I'm heading home. I really want to cut all this rye down and get some seeds. But one hit at that beetle.
Nice.
Critical and a power.
Ah.
I wonder if you start a new world, if you could start a new world with the same character and just
Yep.
get a jump start. Just have like
Yep.
super high end stuff.
Yeah, you can. Use the character you have now for every world from here on out, if you want to.
You'd have to tech up pretty fast and gather the materials because you wouldn't be able to repair your stuff if you just happen to use it too much and it's like, oh, I need an iron ingot now.
Oh yeah.
And it's a new world. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, but with the character you have now, it'd be pretty easy to
Oh yeah,
just
you could.
go over there and get it. Of course, you have to get all this stuff to be able to build the furnace and stuff. I guess you could build the lower tier stuff until you got enough to make the equip.
Oh, got a lot of bottle caps. A lot of screws.
Can always melt them down for iron shards.
Got a ton of iron shards already.
Yeah.
Wood. Grab some fiber.
Yeah, I didn't realize it until I moved the windmill around a few times that the wind changes direction. I was trying to put the blades to face a certain direction and rotate it around and everything, and
Oh.
then it wouldn't rotate, but different places I try to put it, it would be in different directions. Like, what's going on here? Then I finally got it to be the right direction, and then I came back a little bit later and it was facing another way. It's like, yeah, the wind's blowing different directions. It rotates to the wind.
Oh.
Alright, textile patches. I don't like how when you have something in your hand, it removes it from your inventory.
Yeah.
And then you have an empty square there. And then you pick stuff up. So all of your tools end up being on the bottom of your inventory after an excursion.
Yup. 'Tis a problem.
A single piece of All right. Well, unless y'all want me to go on another rant of some kind.
Buggy rant.
Yeah. I only wish I could find a good supply of those. Like if I knew, like if I had if I knew a manager of a store or something like that, and be like, yeah, I want to order a case of those. If I knew somebody like that, I could call my brother and be like, hey dude, I got a hookup for Slotsky's jalapeno chips. He'd be like, how much? Yeah. How the hell do you get up there?
Yep, like that, and then just gotta keep hitting it until you get it. I think if you jump up and then right at the last second push forward. Let me try and get up there. Yeah, I've always been good at finding little things like that.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think maybe you have to hit. Okay, yeah. When you're near the top, hit the jump key again. So. Oh, yeah, that should work.
Yeah, maybe you're catching on something. Oh yeah, you were definitely catching on something that wasn't over on the other side.
No, I got up on this side too. Let me just try again here.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanna do a little review here, I like this way or this style versus grounded. So if we compare versus grounded, in grounded you are normal humans shrunk, and in this one you are native. You're naturally this small, and I like this way better because I don't know. It seems more natural. Plus, the art style is a lot more natural, whereas Grounded was more cartoony. Like brighter colors, less detail. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree there. Pretty much every point.
I mean, I kind of like both, but this feels a little bit more well done, and
Well, it just feels like the world is a little richer and more realistic in this one. The other one was
Yeah.
so cartoony.
Pretty good frame rate too.
Yeah, I'm
For
getting.
how detailed.
I mean, I'm getting 60 FPS right now, looking around the world. So, yeah, I like it.
hopefully they put in more stuff to kind of decorations and buildings, different type of building stuff to do that in here too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that they're gonna, enrich and the world a little bit. The building options. There's already a ton of building options. They don't need to add any more food. That's for damn sure.
It's like if they fleshed out the food system, gave it something more beneficial.
Yeah. Speaking of which, let me eat. Yeah, I mean, things that I wish were done a little bit better. I mean, fast travel, or at least a way of getting around mid-game. Early game, I understand. You have to be on foot because you have to face the dangers. That's part of the challenge. But at this stage of the game, there's no fast travel. The thing that we would have to do is tame a dragonfly and hope to God that it doesn't die. Now, how you would manage that, I don't know. It would be nice to be able to manage it like the ladybug, where you have a whistle, and you tame the dragonfly, hop on it, fly to wherever you need to go. When you get off the dragonfly, it flies away. You do whatever you need to do there. When you're done, you blow the whistle. The dragonfly comes back. You can jump on it and fly back. That I could see being very helpful. But if you fly to a place, get off the dragonfly, and then the dragonfly just stays there, odds are that thing is going to die. Because you can go to an area, where there's wasps, where there's big beetles, and the thing would just die eventually.
The whistle is for all pets. It's not just for the ladybug.
Right? Can you have more than one pet though?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a thing.
Yeah. So you'd have to. Yeah, I think there should be like a ladybug whistle and like a dragonfly bell or something like that. Just something unique that's like, yeah, I would, yeah, and then definitely backpack upgrades. Especially if you can only have one pet, right? Because one pet, if you have a dragonfly, then you can't have a ladybug.
Yeah.
And if you're a single player, you're really screwed. Because then you're really limited on supply. Or bigger versions of the ladybug.
Yeah.
The ladybug is like the smallest, weakest thing. Maybe you can tame a stag beetle and get like uber amounts of storage.
Myself, the way I do it is split it up. So you have a pet, which would be the ladybug, and then you have a second class of critter that would be mount.
Mount, yeah. I was just going to say
Crickets,
mount.
Damselfly,
Grasshopper.
You know,
Let's see, what mounts? You can have grasshopper, dragonfly.
wolf spider.
Yeah, maybe the wolf. Ooh. That'd be creepy riding a wolf spider.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Even in a game. Like, the skittering.
Can you do the lizards too, or the?
Yep.
The geckos. Yeah, you can do the geckos. But why would you ride a gecko? Like, it's slow, it's big, it doesn't, like, it you'd be getting off every 5 minutes to fight ants and stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know why you would want to do that, but the dragonfly is by far the most useful.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Maybe a water-based mount would be interesting.
Yeah, the water, I mean, is, for me, that's one of the big differences between this and Grounded. Grounded had a ton of stuff that you had to do in the water, in the pond.
Yeah.
And this just completely skips all of that potential. You just die underwater.
And the grounded thing too, it was kind of neat, kind of doing all those things, find the different bases that he had set up, and
I mean, the story, but the story in Grounded has been evolving for like the last 3 years, 3 or 4 years. That game has been out in early access, and it's just finally getting out of that. But yeah, that whole thing, I don't know. I kind of on the fence with Grounded, like whether I enjoyed that game or not. This was very enjoyable. So even in early access, I would give this at least a 7. And I'm that could easily go up depending on what they do in the future. But the art style, the performance, I've had no problems with performance. The bugs in general, the resource respawn, very, very, very well done. We were never really hurting for resources. We're like first, like just when we started building, yeah, it was, we had to fight for some resources, but after that, once they started respawning and we never had trouble with food, never had trouble with resources. Travel was the biggest nightmare. When you have a base and you're off on the beach and you fill up, then it's like, well, it's a long walk back to the base. That was the most annoying. It was the most time consuming traveling from A to B. At this point, yeah, we're pretty far into the game. I mean, I'm guessing that the end guy that we were just pointed to, like, I don't know how much more there is or planned. Yeah, the monastery could be a pretty big area, but as far as the map goes, I don't know how much more they have planned. I mean, it's pretty set in here. So this little area in here is what I'm talking about. So the entire rest of the game is in this giant area, and I doubt there's another half of the game in this one.
Actually, I think past Knock, I think opens up to a new area. I'm guessing, once you visit the monastery, which heck, that might even be another full map. It might teleport you to a new zone. But I think there's another zone beyond Knock and the Black Hornet to the west.
I've actually been out there.
Yep.
I have most of that uncovered over there, and there wasn't anything over there. I think that's where the vehicle is, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, there's an invisible barrier, and the car itself is encased in some kind of thorny bush, like a barrier. And that the way it looks, it rings to me as being something that, you need the epic scythe of epicness to cut this stuff down.
I mean, maybe. I wouldn't discount that.
North of Miramac, too, there's stuff that is covered up that's on the other side of that kind of bay.
I've been all up over that too. Yep.
Is it? Maybe I just don't have enough of it uncovered, but
yeah, I really uncovered a lot. I mean, there's certainly ways that they can expand. Certainly.
I'm guessing that at the very least we're only looking at half of the content of the game.
I don't know. Well, it would seem kind of dumb to only leave one more guide to go see.
But I mean, early access doesn't mean we put this out when we have half the game, or we put this out when the early access just means this is earlier than the finished game. There's no litmus test on how much of the game gets released. Some developers put it out there with 10% of the material in the game, and it takes years to get the rest of it.
Yeah.
Some games go in early access and they're done in 3 months. They get polished and done, and they're out of early access in just a few months. So, we could be looking at, the majority of the people, but not all the bugs that are in place, because there's what somebody would guess maybe 10 different kinds of bugs. I mean, if you could count them, 2 different kinds of ants, bees, wasps, beetles. I'm not counting the boss bugs, just the regular bugs that are around. That's one thing Grounded added. Every update they added more bugs. So, we could be looking at, these, there'd be a lot more bugs in the world, as more of a challenge, but not many more quests. Or more quests more things to do, but not a bigger map. Because if you look at the map, right, what sticks out to me is the northeast, Drustana. That is a huge area of the map that just has one dude sitting in it. Right?
Yeah.
That's a big, that's a quarter, almost a quarter of the map. That just has one dude in it. No bosses. There's no bosses up there. So
Wasn't that where the queen bee was?
no, the
Yeah.
queen bee was near Murmek, I think. It was like
Okay.
south of Murmek. Yeah, the Drustana, as far as I remember, and that queen bee didn't have any quests on it at all. And I killed
Yeah.
her solo, so it wasn't that big of a battle. And nobody has requested her trophy. So, but yeah, that's a huge area that doesn't have any bosses in it at all. So that is definitely an area that I could see some new kind of bug being inhabited up there that we would have to take out.
Well, the same thing as with where we just did the king stag beetle. Is that's it down there for him, and to Hala, that whole area. That's the only thing.
Yeah, and there's a little platform way to the south of Tuhala, or the southeast of Tuhala. There's a little platform. I remember Renegade was down over there, and he said right now there's really nothing over there. But that is definitely a potential for like a battle arena of some kind, or like a boss fight. So, but as far as like tech goes, I mean, we're already at iron. So, I don't know. I mean, the only thing that I would think of that would be higher than this would be steel. Which wouldn't necessarily, it wouldn't even need new materials. You already have charcoal and you already have iron. So steel would just be somehow carbonizing the iron you already have. Which would, you could build a foundry instead of a forge or something. So like maybe a new crafting, but I just get the feeling like the 80% of this game is already in place. That's the feeling I get from this. 80% of this game is already in place, and they did a great job getting all of this stuff in here and working, and I haven't had any crashes at all. So yeah, it's just sort of after playing, I don't know, 50 games, 60 games over the last 7 years, I just get a feeling like, yeah, this is about an 80% complete game. And it's not half. We're close to the end. So we'll see. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but that's just the feeling I get after playing a lot of games like this. It feels very, very complete and polished. And in the future, I mean, we're only 3 hours into the stream, which is crazy. We could do some more. I could switch over to the vintage engineering. I'm so close. I'm so close to that. I want to do the next step in videos though, because I've done a little bit of research, and live streaming kills your channel. Kills it. It kills people finding your channel. New impressions, because live streams aren't really given as impressions. So videos are where new people find your content, and if you stop doing videos and you only go live stream, your new subscribers fall off a cliff. So the next step, as far as the vintage engineering mod, I've got for that first step, that very first test generator. I don't know if you guys have been watching the streams, but that first test generator is about 90% done.
Nice.
The thing that I have left is the thing that I said would take me a lot longer, which is the GUI. But I know I have a path or an idea of how to get the progress bar. That's the number one thing, is drawing that progress bar. So it's going to be a multi-step process. I have to get an SVG file, which is a scaled vector graphics file. Think of it as like a font, right? You can scale a letter of a font any size, and it doesn't lose resolution. That's what an SVG file is. It's an image that can do that. So it's a vector graphics image. Well, the Tyrone built his own custom utility, or modified one, that can convert an SVG file into code to draw the SVG file. So all that code you saw in that icon util, where it's like, pen move this, draw this, it was all this just gnarly bit of code to draw an SVG file. Well, that is auto-generated with the utility. So I downloaded that utility. So I need to create an SVG file of the power Duvalaki, the vertical, no, the progress bar, right? I need to create a SVG file of how I want that to look, and then there's a function with Cairo that can clip a shape according to that SVG file, or according to that SVG shape. So the way that they do it is they have a procedure to draw the arrow, and this is for the kern, or the fire pit does the same thing. So the progress bar for the arrow is simply the arrow. They draw the arrow. That's the first thing they do. Then over top of the arrow, they draw just a rectangle of color, of a gradient, right? So they have a rectangle of a gradient, and then they clip the rectangle of the gradient to the arrow. It's like a cookie cutter. It cuts out the shape. So you're not actually drawing a gradient in the arrow. You're just clipping the two. So once I knew that, then it was relatively a straightforward process. Then I'm like, okay, well, we can do this. So I need a simple SVG that is the shape of the power bar. And then I just need to figure out the code that draws the appropriate gradient over that, and then clip it to the original shape, and that will draw that progress bar according to how much power is in the system. So for me, I'm seeing the end of the tunnel. It's just a lot of nitty-gritty work. So I want to create a video of me creating the SVG file. I want to create a video of me converting the SVG to Cairo code, and then trying to get the dialogue to display in the game. So I haven't tested any of the code that I've written thus far, which is really scary. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot. I'm going to have to debug a ton before I'm able to do a video where I load it up in the game, because I want a lot of that stuff done before I get going. I just noticed the windmill's spinning the wrong direction. So yeah, there's definitely, I want to record videos of that and not do them in live streams, just because yeah, all the live streams are not doing the channel any favors. Plus the little snippets of what I want to accomplish, little 10 to 20 minute, like, here's me making an SVG file. That's fairly straightforward. But anyway, that's what this week is going to be, is recording that and getting that. And by the end of next week, I should have the first downloadable test version for patrons. I should be able to post it's literally going to be a test generator that you put fuel in, and it just generates power. Literally, that's all it does. But I originally gave myself a month to accomplish this, and I think the light's at the end of the tunnel. I'll be able to do it in 2 weeks. And then it's
Nice.
the test machine, which is very similar to the test generator. A lot of the same code between the two. So I will be able to share a lot of that code, copy and paste a lot of that code. And it's just a matter of making another progress bar for the craft. I don't want to use the arrow. I've never liked that arrow that fills up. Progress bar is enough. A rectangle progress bar is fine. It's plenty of indication of craft progress. But so that GUI will have two. That will have a vertical progress bar and a horizontal progress bar. So progress bar vertical for the power, progress bar horizontal for the crafting process, and then all of the code where you put an ingot in and it outputs like a plate, right? That's basically what that machine will do. And all the code to use power will just be generic for that first version. So I'm not anticipating that taking over 2 weeks. Easy at this point. I was able to do a lot of coding on Thursday and Friday and get a lot of that stuff ready. But one of the things I'm struggling with, I quit smoking. I quit smoking in February, the end of February. And I kid you not, first couple weeks were rough. A couple weeks after that, less rough. And then, it's been a little over 2 months now. And while I'm programming, that urge really hits me hard. Because it used to be where I would program when all of the previous mods that I've made in the last few years, I would code for 2-3 hours, and immediately when I hit a spot where I had to think, I would go out and have a smoke. And I would just kind of go through my head. It was sort of my AFK time. I would take a little bit of a break, and I would just process in my head, and I would come back to the keyboard after the break, and I would be a little bit refreshed. And so sitting down and coding this mod, holy cow, have I been hit hard with the urge to have a cigarette, like really hard. So that's one of the things that has slowed me way down, is I am having to fight that quite substantially.
We'll do
The
something that's
cravings.
not kind of like your habit of making you think about that.
Yeah, it's very hard, because that's one of the hard things about me and quitting, is almost everything was a trigger to have a cigarette. Eating a meal, relaxing, watching TV, having a snack.
Well, I just had a cigarette. Have another cigarette.
Yeah, taking a break from a game. When I would stream, when I would go out for a break, I would have a cigarette. So streaming itself was a trigger. Like everything everything in my life was a trigger for that. And one of the hardest ones, one of the biggest, is if I was watching a show or a documentary and somebody lights up a cigarette. Holy crap. That was rough. That was rough to start fighting that urge, because I would see that in a show or a movie or a documentary. I would see somebody light up a cigarette, and I would immediately pause and go out and have a smoke. Immediately, every time. And so once I quit, I was literally avoided watching TV for a month, which is why I was why I was playing Minecraft so much a month ago, because it was just like everything Everything was a trigger. Even playing Minecraft was a trigger, but it was a lot less powerful than anything else. So yeah, it's been a real battle, and I'm glad I did. Literally saves me $80 a month, and the cost and the price went up again. I noticed I went to the grocery store a few days ago, and I passed the counter and I looked, and yeah, the price had gone up yet again. It went up like 20 cents a pack. They've doubled in cost. The brand of packs that I would get when I moved here, they have doubled in cost since I moved here. Doubled. So yeah, it was $80 a month. Literally my entire income from YouTube was being spent over. I made $1,200 last year, and I calculated I spent $1,200 in cigarettes. Just cigarettes. So yeah, it's saving me quite a bit of money, and I'm very happy about that. That doesn't mean I have any money. It just means I'm not spending it on that, because all that is gone to food now. I used to be able to go to I'd go to Walmart once a month to get food for the whole month. So at the beginning of the month, patron money would come in, and I would go to the grocery store. And when I first moved here, I'd go to Walmart. That's the only time I'd go to Walmart, because I hate Walmart. I freaking despise Walmart. But I'd have to go there because they were the cheapest food. And when I first moved here, I would be able to buy all my groceries for the month for between $100 and $130, depending on certain factors. If I had to restock on, other things. But $100 and $130 to restock for the whole month. So my food budget was minimal compared to most people. Mostly processed junk food, because that was the cheapest. I can't buy a bunch of fruits and vegetables because, yeah, they're expensive. So, and so the food that I would get every month really didn't change. A lot of that stuff never changed. And so this last grocery store visit, I'll give you an idea of how different costs are now. I literally haven't changed much of what I buy. I've actually spending less because I quit Pepsi a year and a half ago. So I haven't been buying Pepsi at all. And that was a $40 a month habit. So I quit that a year and a half ago. So even that, right? I'm not buying Pepsi. But now my last trip to the grocery store, $230.
Jeez.
Same food. The exact same food that I've been buying for 6-7 years. That used to cost me $120, $130. Now is $220. Doubled in cost. So, yeah. Which is why I'm sort of trying to reboot the channel and get things going, because it is crazy how expensive stuff is. And I know everybody's being hit with it. I'm not the only one. Everybody's being hit with more expensive stuff, but it is crazy. It is crazy how expensive stuff has gotten. So that was a big concern. That was just my number one concern. But yeah, let's go ahead and exit.
Sure thing.
And while I've got you guys here, I can open up. All right, everybody out?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's save. And desktop. And open up Visual Studio. Go to desktop. And I know there's not a lot of crosstalk between people wanting to see Smalland and people interested in my work on the mod, but I mean, if anybody is a coder out there, if anybody wants to be a coder, I'm trying to see hoping that comes in decent. But I learned a lot building this up, and so there is a function that sets the dialogue values here, right? So dialogue tree is iTree attribute, and I'm really looking. I'm using mainly the fire pit. Honestly, the fire pit. I could be using the kern. The kern would probably be a better one. The fire pit has got a lot of nasty, gnarly code, because you can have two different things in a fire pit. You can have a crucible and you can have a cooking pot. And there's a ton of extra code in there that detects whether or not either of those is in, and it dynamically changes a lot of things regarding how everything is processing. But basically, the burn tick, I have a lot of code in here that is more or less temporary or experimental. So basically what I'm saying, what I'm doing is I'm setting up a system that the call is generating, comes from up here, and it's generating when fuel burn time is greater than 0, and there's power buffer to be had, right? So if power is available and we have fuel, then it's generating, which means even if there's fuel, if it's full of power, it will stop generating. So yeah, there's a lot of some people would be like, no, let's burn the rest of that fuel and not start another one. But the other min-max optimizing balance thing that I did here is I set it so the temperature to generate, because remember, each fuel has a burn temperature associated with it, right? So what I set is the temperature to start generating has to be 100. So the machine itself has to get to 100, and then it will start generating. So if you allow the machine to cool off all the way, just like a fire pit, right? If the fire pit dies and it cools off enough, you have to start it manually again. If not, you can just put another piece of fuel in there and it'll just ignite it because it's hot enough. And so what I'm saying is it has to get up to 100 degrees and then it will start generating. But if it's allowed to cool below 100 and another fuel is taken, then it has to get back up to the 100 and then it'll start generating. So it's a little bit of a balance to try to get people to min-max it. It's an idea because we have that ability to determine what temperature it is. And then I was even thinking like the high-end temperature, we could even have a multiplier and say, hey, if the temperature is over 400, even generate even more power. And then I have power per second on here as just a thing. A lot of this might even be split into a separate object, like a machine base object. Similar, like, this is a block entity openable container. Well, I could create my own base object and base it on that and have a lot of these variables as that base, and then all of my machines can take from that base and have all of these values in there. And this is why I wanted the two the temp generator or the test generator and the test machine is to determine which variables are shared between the two and put those into a base object that everything else can grab from. Just make it so there's not a lot of code repeated and a lot of it is standardized. That's the point. And then all this power stuff, this power stuff, this will be in the interface. So will all be in the interface that will standardize the whole power system across the board. But that'll be, I'm going to attempt to put that in the base code and get Tyrone to add that to the base game, those interfaces. So everybody can use them. But I mainly based a lot of these off of Forge. I mean, it's not exact, obviously, but the extract and receive power, the Booleans can receive, can extract, max power, current power. A lot of those come right off the Forge, because everything is, any mod bases that on Forge, and you can easily crosstalk all the mods that use that interface really easily. So that's the best way to handle that. But yeah, basically I want to put the interfaces and the enumerations in the base game and see if Tyrone will accept that. So the enumeration for power tier and the enumeration for entity type. Producer, consumer, transformer, toggle, those are the types, and the power tier, LV, MV, HV, EV, Uber, whatever. Right? So I'm gonna try to have as much in there as I can think of, but and then on top of that, those will go in when I try to do the electrical wiring system. Is that I want in the base game as well, some sort of wiring system, but generic. I want to use like the signal based stuff, but only make it more generic to allow for many other uses. But yeah, the GUI itself is almost ready. As far as I can figure. So what I do here is there is a synced tree attribute in the GUI itself, and the tree, I have to figure out, I just added this, so I don't know how this matches or maps to the base GUI dialog block. I don't know how this maps, but you detect right here, this is the important thing right here, tree.onModified.add. So onModified is the event. So when you modify the attributes, this gets fired, and I am adding a new listener on attributes modified. So the attributes in the JSON, the attributes, there's actually a thing that's called attributes, and you have attributes. Think of attributes like the NBT in Minecraft. Attributes can literally be anything. You can put any variables you want in attributes. So this detects when those change, and when they're changed, it goes to attributes modified, and this is the code that actually updates the dialog while you have it open. So you can open the dialog, and behind the scenes, it's checking to see what is being changed. If those attributes change, it refreshes the dialog. Redraw right here.
Good.
You want to ask something?
Yeah, the up there where you're talking about the attributes, where was that supposed to be an open brackets there
These?
higher up?
I'll wait until it's caught up.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm highlighting?
Yeah, right now.
Is
But
that what-
I don't know.
Is that what you're talking about, the brackets?
No, right above that tree modified listener, the line above it.
Yeah. Well, the
Supposed to be
brackets.
open?
Well, yeah, because it the parenthesis here, the opening, the dot add is a call. It's a function, right? So I'm adding the thing that it wants is a tree modified listener, right? And so I'm saying yes, add a new tree modified listener, and I'm immediately instantiating that object. I'm not declaring a variable, setting it to new, and then setting the values. I am immediately saying new tree modified listener, and then the brackets, the curly braces, are setting the listener object inside tree modified listener to the action. So the other way to do this would be to set like tree modified listener temp listen equals new tree modified listener. Temp listen dot listener equals new action on attributes modified. Okay. This code right here, okay, where you declare the variable, you set it to new, then you set the listener inside of that variable. The listener is just a member variable inside that object to the action I want to set. So you can see when I mouse over the listener, it's an action. It wants a function, and I set that to the on attribute modified. These two lines of code are this bracket system here.
Yeah.
So this new tree modified listener, I'm immediately saying, give me a new object of this type, and immediately give me instantiate that object with the listener member variable equal to that. And so it's an inline way of giving me that new value, because I don't want, after I say new, I don't need to do anything else to it. I don't need to access that variable again. So it's just a faster way of instantiating that variable that it wants inside the parentheses. So this end parentheses way down here by the semicolon, you can see it kind of it highlights it. Let me zoom way in. You can see when I mouse over here, it's highlighting this parenthesis. This is the end, and if you come up here, it's highlighting the one next to add. It's automatically saying, oh, these two are paired, so it knows that this parenthesis is the end of that one.
Yeah, I didn't see that other at the end there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss.
Close it up.
But yeah, that is essentially one line.
Yeah.
It's just I just hit enter to separate it, similar to how I did. If you look at this line here, this is a thing that actually composes the GUI, the window that pops up. So this is the composer to create the actually GUI window, and it is just one long line that adds many objects to it. So the way that I do these is every new command gets its own line. So this one, Cappy, is just the client side API, because this is only called on the client. The server does not open a GUI. It has no visual, nothing. So we know that we're on the client if we're in this object, because the server just gets bounced out. It doesn't even get this called. But so we know we're in the client API .GUI, which is part of the API. The create compo is create composition. It's just the call that we're doing the composer. Give it a title, the dialog name, which has to be unique to this location. So we give it a dialog name plus a block position, right? So it'll just be like it'll just read in the debug side of things. It'll just be VE test gen DLG, and that'll be whatever coordinates, 1572, and it'll be unique to that block position. And then we do a dot, which is adding, because this returns the composer. Each one of these returns the composer. So then we just dot, and then dot, and then dot, and dot, and we're building it line by line. We're building how we want to set it up. So it is really like, it's easy to get lost in the weeds, especially if you look at the DN Spy code, because it doesn't give it like this. It's all one big block. It's like this giant paragraph. It's not split up at all. You kind of have to split it up yourself because it's compiled. I'm not sure. Be interested to know if he has. Let's look to see if he does it. We need to go to survival mod. Oh Lord, where would these be? GUI dialogue into the fire pit. This is the one I've been using. Let's see if he actually. He does. Yep, he does the same thing I do. He even makes it so the child elements are indented even more. So this is really complex. This is, oh my God, this is so complex. Because he has an if statement in here. So if it has a cooking container, then we need to change that. And yeah, there's some gnarly stuff in here. But basically it is the composer that create, dialogue bounds, dialogue title bar, child elements. So it builds, it's the overall, then it's the title bar, and then it's all of the child elements in the bottom. And you have to place and organize those. And you can really be specific with the coordinates that you're placing stuff. You can really be specific. But there's a dynamic text. There's a dynamic custom draw. So this dynamic custom draw is the progress bar. The dynamic text is like the heat value that's going up and down as there's updates. So, it's fairly easy to read once you're enmeshed in the weeds and you're looking at it. It's just really hard to figure out like all of the dialogue bounds, how everything fits. There's some debug commands you can run in the game that highlights GUI elements for you. You can open a GUI and it actually highlights bounding boxes around different elements, so you can have a easier time moving stuff around. What the game really needs is a visual way of designing GUIs. That would be, oh my God, that would be game changing to mods. Absolutely game changing. Which it's, I'm sure Tyrone could probably whip that out in a couple weeks. The guy is a genius when it comes to code. So, at any rate, yeah, this, on dialogue draw, obviously I don't have anything here. So on dialogue draw is my dynamic custom draw. So this is dynamically drawn. Anytime we're refreshed, anytime we're redrawing it, it's calling this. And this is where all of the code goes to get the progress bar. The placement of this thing happens more or less up here, I think. Again, a lot of this stuff I have to figure out before I really cover it. But yeah, the on attributes modify, this is what actually gets called when the backend attributes are updated. So as power gets increased, as progress crafting increases, this is being automatically called because the block entity has the dialogue values. We are physically grabbing the tree of the dialogue, the attribute tree, and we are pushing new values into that tree, which is what is updating the GUI. And this is being called on the server. So the server is updating the tree attributes and broadcasting that to the client. The client is picking that up and redrawing the window. A lot of interesting stuff is going on behind the scenes that you don't really have to manage it manually. A lot of the inventory stuff is being updated automatically. Yeah, pretty straightforward. It's not 100% yet, but I didn't want to rush myself and not really think critically about any of this stuff. I really wanted to get it right. But I'm pretty sure it would build. Yep. It still builds. It won't do anything. It would most likely crash because I have an assertion thrown here. The exception is thrown. So if you right click on it, it would just immediately crash. And it's basically the reminder, hey, you need to implement this. That's why it defaults to that. But anyway, trying to figure out, what variables I need, what variables I don't need, where they're set. I'm pretty sure I need. Right now, I don't have a function in here that detects something that needs to detect. I have power that I need. I'm not full, and I have fuel that's not burning. So those two values, I need to ignite the fuel and kick that off. Now the base game, the vanilla game, you have to manually ignite everything. You have to manually ignite the coke oven. You have to manually ignite the fire pit. There's nothing is automatically ignited. But the fuel is not directly. It's not directly seen in this machine. So I don't know. I don't know how. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna automatically ignite it. If we have power that we can generate and we have the right kind of fuel, then I'll just click it on, and that's when the max burn time and stuff gets initialized. All those values get initialized. So we are close to a test generator. Now, of course, QP Tech way ahead of the curve on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing how far he's come in his mod. It's been almost a year since I have played with that mod, and I'm sure that he's made a lot of progress. But that doesn't teach me. Looking at that code doesn't teach me. So I have to really grind through this stuff. All right. Well, yeah. Unless we have questions or comments or anything like that, I will give it a few seconds here to see if there's any questions. But so far so good. Fun times. No questions. Okay.
No.
Anyway,
Looks
yeah.
good.
This was a fast stream
Hopefully it
today.
works.
Well, I'll make it work. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
It'll work in the end. It's just gonna take some major debugging which I'm so glad I can do in-game debugging. I couldn't get in-game debugging to work with Fortress Craft.
So how do you debug that? You just, if you have an error, you just have to hunt through the code and find it, or
No, even worse than that. Debugging. This is why my quarry mod in Fortress Craft is so buggy. There's so many bugs in that mod. This is why I don't ever use it. But basically debugging, how is debugging in Fortress Craft is you literally write to the log file everywhere you need to check variables, everywhere you need to verify something is right. Okay, so whatever bug you're looking for, whatever function, let's say it's in the nuclear reactor, and there's something weird that happens in the reactor, like right after it finishes fuel, there's something that happens. Well, the only way to debug that is to write to the log file, periodically or very frequently, and trace the variables that you need to trace. And then open up the game, play the game, let it run, get the bug, close the game, and then open the log files and try to trace where that bug was. Now you can imagine in a game that's running at 30 FPS, and you're getting 5 updates per second, right? The low frequency thread on that is updating 5 times per second. Well, you can imagine if you're writing to the log file several lines every update, well, the log file, you're going to have hundreds and hundreds of lines that you're going to have to walk through and see where the variables go bad and try to figure out why. That was the way that I debugged Fortress Craft, which is why the query mod is so bad, because that thing does a lot every tick. Mining, searching, moving. Like there's a ton of stuff that happens. Like when you place and power the damn thing, it builds that border around itself. Well, that was a huge amount of code. So yeah, it was rough. That was rough, and I just gave up on that because it was just like, screw that. And everything else was relatively fine. The Mark II excavator was quite a lot of intricate debugging. And I want to say it's most likely possible to debug that in real time, but I don't think Fortress Craft has a command line way of like dynamically setting like mod. Like in this, I've got in the debug options, when I hit debug, it automatically launches and attaches to the Vintage Story executable and all of the libraries it does, and it dynamically sets the mod directory to look in, so it automatically grabs the DLL file from the build. So it automatically does all of that stuff just based on command line. I don't think Fortress Craft has any of those features. Maybe it does, I don't know, to be dynamically be able to debug it. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Whereas Vintage Story is super easy to debug in real time. Just super easy. But yeah, I'm hoping that once I get the code to work for the progress bar, I'll be able to make it generic and just be able to call it from any function. So the code itself, especially like on dialog draw, the code itself will be abstract. I'll just be able to call the same function for all of the different GUIs. And it'll just be like, oh, this is the context, this is the service, this is the bounds, this is what you use. So once I get that working, I'll be able to create a library that just is, that's all that it does, is draw that progress bar. And then I'll get the other progress bar working and then add that to the function, and that'll be all it does, is draw that progress bar. And I'll just call that code whenever I need to have a progress bar. And then the third instance, this is going to be a rough one, the third instance of that style of having a thing and then having it fill is tanks. Machines that have tanks, because the color of the square will come from the liquid that's in it. and so the liquids are going to have a like a color setting or somehow figure out a color to use in that window. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's something. Maybe barrels have it, because I think barrels are slightly shaded to the fluid that's in them. I don't know how that works. I'd have to look at that code, but yeah, a lot of little things to solve. And once all those dominoes are done and all of those little things are solved, then it's a bigger picture. Then it's another thing to solve. And once all of the pieces are solved, then we can start building more and more on top of that. But I'm more and more confident that the mod is possible. The multi-block machines, the swapping of the blocks. Still not sure about the projector ghost blocks. The highlighted blocks are possible. I do that in my building gadget mod. The building gadget mod highlights blocks. I just don't know if the highlighted block can take the texture of another block. If it's just a cell shaded like blank color, or if you can actually shade it as a transparent block and make it look like another block, but just transparent. I'm not sure about that. I want to say it's possible, but again, I don't have a lot of experience with rendering stuff, so that's going to be a lot of banging my head against the desk and going, just trying to figure this stuff out. But anyway, yeah, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. Another game coming up. There's going to be a big update very, very soon. I'll have to look at the timing. But yeah, there's going to be a game very, very soon that we've covered before. That's getting a big update. The V Rising game, the vampire game that we played. Jesus, how long ago was that? That had to be last summer. That had to be last summer that we played that, or we streamed that. I want to say either last summer or last fall we played that. So V Rising is getting a big, big update, a whole new biome, a bunch of new enemies, a bunch of new V Blood enemies. Yeah, a ton is updating in that game. So depending on where, depending on the timing of that, we might be streaming that again here. I still think I have a couple keys that I haven't given out for that. So yeah, maybe I can give away some keys to V Rising, because I know I've got at least one or two more that I haven't given out. I got so many keys for that game. No wonder that so many people were playing it, because if they were giving out keys, I mean, I got at least 10, 15 keys to the game, and then I got like 4 or 5 extra keys for the DLC, like the cosmetic DLC. That I started. I mean, I gave a ton of keys away to patrons. And I even gave some out in the channel during streams. I still think I have a couple keys left, and if they were giving that amount of keys to other YouTubers, they must have given out hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of keys to that game, which is crazy. It's a little crazy to think about how many keys they were giving out. They really wanted that game to be on the top played lists, right? The way you get that up, get a lot of exposure, get a top games being played on Steam, even though most of them were free. You're still, a top number 3 game on Steam being played. Well, that's because 50% of your audience actually got the keys for free. But so yeah, other than that, I'm not sure what games we'll be playing. I know Renegade's back again on Wednesday. Maybe we can have dealer's choice for him to see what he wants to play. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by. And yeah, I'll see everybody on Wednesday.